Greetings, tennis fans. Anna Smith, Paul Hand, enjoying your company, and welcome to the Cinch Wheelchair Tennis Championships from the Queen's Club, Hammersmith, West London, focusing on the men's wheelchair event, hosting 8 of the world's top 30 tennis players, including Alfie Hewitt, Gordon Reid and Dermot Bailey. Queen's signifying the opening of a short grass season for the world's very best wheelchair players. Climaxing at Wimbledon, of course, the 3rd Grand Slam of the season. Turning our attention to this one, a mouth-watering first quarter-final match of 2 former Wimbledon champions. Top seed and world number 3, Gustavo Fernandez, the 27-year-old Argentine, is the reigning and defending champion of Wimbledon 2019. Of course, because the event wasn't hosted last year. And he takes on the world number 9, the steely Swede, Stefan Olsson, at the top of your picture. 7 years his senior, 34 years of age is Stefan. Twice Wimbledon champion, the Swede, in 2017 and 18. And there's our first look at Gustavo. Well, we brought you action from the men's doubles yesterday. Because of the rain, we went indoors. But today we're starting out on the grass courts with 2 of our 4 singles quarterfinals on show court 5 here, followed by a semi-finals as well. So much for you, weather permitting. And it is pretty compliant today as well. The weather looks set fair. Sun's not joining us at the moment, but it's all pretty nice, pretty stable, and fairly windless as well, as we take a look at the muscle man of South American tennis, Fernandez, who won his doubles yesterday, 6-love, 6-1. Stefan Olsson, the Swede, former world number 2 singles player. He's won 2 Grand Slam titles in doubles, the US Open and 2010 Wimbledon titles, and 2 in singles as well. So he really does enjoy the grass, does Stefan Olsson, who's ranked 9th in the world. He won in Wimbledon in the singles 2017 and 18. So he's very decorated. And in terms of our umpire, Josh Brace, in the chair for this one. Fernandez leads the head-to-head between these two, 13-11. They haven't met in 18 months, and prior to that, Gustavo Fernandez had won 4 of the last 5 meetings between these two. This a match from the very top quarter of the draw. They've met 3 times on grass, more relevantly, at Wimbledon, 2016, 17 and 18, and Stefan Olsson has won all 3 showings at the All England Club. So they've met 24 times across 10 years, and we're just about to witness chapter 25 just about to unfold. Anna, your thoughts coming into this one? Should be a good one.
It should be, absolutely. I think, like you said, Stefan Olsson's got that 3-0 head-to-head record on the grass, so it's going to be about what Fernandez can do to change that up, but he's got so much pedigree and so much power as well, and he played so well in the doubles yesterday. Can he take that form into this one today?
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? You know, we're talking about that head-to-head stranglehold on the grass that this man has, 3-0 against Gustavo. But, you know, like you say, the South American's so powerful. I just wonder whether it's a sort of surface issue. I mean, we know he's got a really nice slice backhand, don't we, the Swede, that tends to cut through the grass very effectively, whereas Gustavo prefers to come over the top off over the back of the ball on his backhand more. And I think the slice is, as we've seen in the able-bodied game as well, just so handy to have. You know, you think of Dan Evans using it really, really well. Berrettini, another one as well, the top seed here, using it. So, yeah, it's a big factor.
Especially with the rain as well. Maybe from yesterday, the courts may be a little bit softer. So that slice as well that Olsson has, he's just very crafty. He puts the balls in awkward positions. And like you said, Fernandez likes to hit with that pace, likes to hit with that spin. So Olsson can nullify that with that slice backhand.
So Fernandez as top seed, an out-and-out title contender, but can he do something that he's never done before and beat today's opponent on the green stuff? Just hammering down a few serves, bit of last-minute revision. He's bursting out of that shirt, isn't he? Almost needs to go XL, you'd imagine, rather than L. We were just admiring his traps, weren't we, when as we were watching him warm up. But Olsen very strong as well.
30 seconds.
Powerful, steely Swede. Icy cool. He's very quiet, but very determined is Stefan Olsen, if you've not seen him or heard him being interviewed before. But he's very warm-hearted, a kind of bear of a man, I guess you'd say. He's kind of low-key, but steely strong. Easy to talk to and generous in interview. Very nice chap.
End of warm-up.
From Fallon in Sweden, the 34-year-old, top of your picture. Been up to 2 in the world, where Fernandez has been to the very pinnacle of the game himself. And unfortunately, we've heard that Alfie Hewitt has withdrawn from his singles quarterfinal against Gordon Reid due to an injury. That means that Gordon Reid will go through to this semi-finals later today to play against Joachim Gerrard or Tom Egbertink. And that semi-final would be our 3rd match that we're bringing you here on court 5. The players have just come off a 3-week swing in France, and Alfie had a brilliant last 2 weeks, winning back-to-back Grand Slam and Super Series titles at Roland Garros and the French Riviera Open as well. Subsequently, he's moved up to 2 in the world, above our top seed here, Fernandez. We wish Alfie well in his recovery and his preparations for Wimbledon, of course, and hope to see him back on court soon. So bad news for the tournament, really, but we'll forge ahead and hopefully bring you some terrific tennis. Here we are then, just ready to get underway. It's Gustavo Fernandez to get this quarterfinal underway. Well, he's a 2-time year-end world #1, Fernandez. Became the first South American to achieve that distinction back in 2017. Won 2 Grand Slam doubles titles. And 5 Grand Slam singles titles for Fernandez, so very decorated. Top seed here. It's going to be, I tell you what, I think that slice might be the deciding factor today. And I know the match is very young, but it's going to be interesting to see how Fernandez can combat that on this surface.
There it is already. I remember watching Olsen back in 2019 before the pandemic, the last time this event was held, and I remember specifically that backhand was such a weapon. That slice, he was able to nudge it deep, hit it short, use the drop shot, and he came forward to such good effect. And I think this is a tactic that we're going to see a lot from him today.
If he can get the serve.
I maybe jinxed him a little bit there, but again, that slice serve down the middle, especially on the grass course, it just skids away, doesn't it? It's so tricky to get back.
Oh, that's another bossy point from the Argentinian.
40-30.
Of course, something we haven't touched on, Anna, of course, it's always important, isn't it, to land those first serves, to get sort of, you know, the upper hand early in the point.
Makes it a lot easier to dictate the point. As you can see, he got a shorter return and is able to get that forehand into play.
Oh, fabulous. What a backhand pass from Gustavo. So Fernandez off to a flyer. He'll be pleased with that opening game. Grabs his towel. And, well, that is a really strong start from Gustavo Fernandez. He looks in menacing mood already, very focused. course, so important just to settle with that scoreboard game under your belt.
Stefan Olsen to serve.
Showing that Fernandez can use his slice forehand just as well as Olsen can use his slice backhand.
Well, it's not just at Wimbledon that Stefan Olsen has had success. This is the third hosting of this wheelchair tennis event at Queen's, which first started as an exhibition tournament in 2018, which was won by this man. So he's enjoyed Queen's success as well. Oh, and he brought his own net today as well with him, by the seam of things.
Nothing wrong with a little bit of help from the net cord. A little wry smile there from Olsen.
Yeah, it's a massive return from Fernandez. Just sweet timing.
Got to find a way to get it out of the slot though. It's sat up nicely and he's able to just rip it. It's so hard for Olsen to recover.
Couple of immediate break points then for Gustavo here. Not quite enough topspin from Stefan Olsen, and Fernandez all gifts greatly received. He breaks serve and compounds pressure onto the Swede immediately, does the top seed here in this event. It's interesting that you see Olsen going with the kick serve, something he does really well. You tend to favour slight slice on grass, wouldn't you? Kind of carving around the side of the ball on the serve if you can. It'll cut through the surface more then. Oh, really well done. Just knew that was a smart time to approach. Knew that he had Fernandez under pressure. All those little nuances of wheelchair tennis that it's just so different to the able-bodied about when to come in.
Looked like Fernandez had defended pretty well as well. That's a danger when he uses the slice backhand. If he doesn't get it deep or brings him in short, it just sits there a little bit. And if you do that against Fernandez, you're going to be punished.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a steered slice at the moment, isn't it? Because perhaps of the scoreboard pressure that the Swede's under, rather than a really knifed, aggressive slice. Oh, beautifully timed backhand return from Olsen. Coming over the top of that one. Desperate to make amends out here and get a little toe hold on the scoreboard. Oh, lovely. Got it up and down quickly, did Olsen there. Plenty of topspin on that one. So 2 immediate break back points then for the twice Wimbledon champion. Yeah, really good length off the serve.
30-14.
It's the right idea, though. I'd rather see him looking to attack off that second serve, because as soon as Fernandez gets in the rally, he's able to just dictate, especially off that big forehand wing.
Well taken. Clever choice of direction on the smash with the back behind from Olsen. He breaks serve, and more importantly, he's on the scoreboard now with work to do, but he's trailing 1-2. He's the twice Wimbledon champion. He'll be pleased with that. Fernandez, of course, with a little bit more versatility with the way that his game transcends across all surfaces. He's a two-time Australian Open men's singles champion, is Gustavo. 2 wins in Roland Garros as well. And, well, he's the reigning and defending Wimbledon champion of 2019 as well, Fernandez. So his game is pliable across those surfaces. That really seems to help, doesn't it?
Absolutely. You see that he's got the power to hit through on different surfaces, especially on the clay. You can see he's able to really generate that topspin, and it just bounces up and kicks so high. But then on the grass court out here, he's just got that power to hit through the court as well. So like you said, he's able to bring that versatility to whatever surface he plays on. He's had so much success already. And I'm sure Wimbledon is going to be in his sights once again.
And he spent much of 2019 as world #1, did Fernandez, ahead of Cuneda. Now then, trailing 1-2. What can Stefan Olsen muster here? Very nice. Quality arc and percentage on that backhand.
Getting a little bit more width as well. It's something we spoke about in the doubles yesterday. As soon as you're able to get that first strike, pull them out into the tram lines, you're just able to open up the court.
Wonderful. Got the serve and volley out there.
So comfortable in that backhand volley, isn't he? Especially so to get that nice bit of cut under the ball.
Left for serve.
Oh, what a passing shot from the South American. Taken really wide. The Olsen approach broke across the single sideline. He had to go right off court to get this. Look at the response.
I think Olsen was hoping that that second serve had done the job.
Very explosive first push.
Using those muscles to good effect, isn't he?
Yeah, exactly. Looks like it was followed by a really decisive point from Fernandez again. 2 more break points here for the top seed. Oh, super rally secured with a timely backhand winner from Fernandez.
3 games to 1.
He creates a little bit more daylight between himself and his opponent on the scoreboard again. And he's looking pretty strong-willed at this stage, isn't he? Good start from the Argentine, leading 3-1 now. Ouch, spike down the tee.
He's using that slice again, isn't he? Just curving it and landing it on the edge of that service line.
Well, we say it time and again, don't we, every year, but on the grass, of course, it's a surface that really does favour the aggressor. We know all about that, Anna, don't we? And a lot of first serves being landed now. This is quality tennis from both. That's a great dig from Sweden's Stefan Olsson. Terrific response there.
Thought he was down and out at one point, but somehow he managed to just get that racket under the back of the ball and added some extra backspin.
At the moment, playing the big points that little bit better, though, is Fernandez.
As you mentioned as well, though, I think as soon as one play gets the strike in, it's pretty much game over. And at the moment, it seems to be Fernandez getting that in more often than not.
Really good from Gustavo Fernandez. He now leads 4 games to 1, and it's so hard on a chair to smash out quick fire points, which often sort of make for longer rallies, but he's been very dictatorial so far.
Yeah, he has. I think that first serve percentage has really helped. It makes so much difference when you're always in attack after that serve, and he's used it to good advantage. And again there, he'll enjoy that free point he got on the last game, but really dictating play out here.
Yeah, we often see it, don't we, in the wheelchair game, breaks of serve. You know, it just comes with the territory. They don't quite have the reach that able-bodied players do to be so dictatorial and hit from such a sort of high contact point. But so far, this South American has broken the Swede serve twice and only succumbed once on his own delivery. So things boding really well in this opening set. But we do know that, particularly in wheelchair tennis, it can change in a heartbeat, the momentum, can't it?
Especially with Olsson, the way he plays as well. He's got the ability to, he's just not quite landing that first strike in. Needs to get using that backhand slice again that was so effective in that opening service hold for him. But Fernandez is making it tricky for him.
So with work to do then, Stefan Olsson trailing 1-4 first set. First quarterfinal of the day. Just fell away, didn't it? And a mark of a really good drop shot, Anna, you'll be aware of this in sort of coaching parlance, is how many times you can get the ball to bounce in that service box, and that one just rolled.
Absolutely. I'm not sure how many I ever did, but maybe I could take a few tips from Stefan Olsson.
That was gorgeous, wasn't it? Lush part of the court. Cleverly done. Got right inside the baseline and stole time away from the Argentine there.
So much easier to attack it when the ball's a little bit higher. There's been a couple of occasions where he's been trying to attack from underneath the height of the net.
It's a great slice, which takes some doing as well, because he's in quite a strong forehand grip on that serve as well. So to come round the side is tricky.
It is. He's able to get really good racket head speed, isn't he?
Yeah. Oh, that's just impeccable from Fernandez. What a response. I thought that was a pretty tasty body jamming serve from the Swede. He didn't.
I didn't think it was too bad of a defense after that either. Fernandez was pretty far behind the baseline, but just rips that forehand.
How clever was that serve from the Swedish athlete? Right into the body of Fernandez, who could just manage to sort of flick back some sort of awkward backhand return. Easy pickings for the Swede. That was a blink and you miss it service hold. He'll be sitting very comfortably after that one. Nibbling away at the arrears on the scoreboard, but still with work to do. We've been treated some really good tennis in this, bossy tennis. Oh, he'll do that all day long if you sit it up high. Not enough on the slice. And both these men sort of title contenders, both great competitors. Fernandez with that never say die kind of tenacity. Love it when he starts throwing himself around. We've seen him come out of his chair a few times. Not in this match, but in the past. He's found the corner of the court there. That was perfectly struck. Many thought it was going long.
Again, just is able to find that spin and that dip. He's just got such a quick racket.
Well, he's not just a powerhouse. He's got a soft side as well, and we saw it there.
So clever as well. You could see Olsen just nudging further and further behind the baseline, giving himself time. And Fernandez was aware of that and just delicately caressed that ball over the net.
Oh, just imbued with racket head speed. The power-laden Argentine and top seed in this event cruises through another service game. He's in dictatorial mood today, there's no doubt about it. Hitting the ball very, very well, and in terms of that slice feed topspin backhand battle, well, I don't think there's any doubt about it. The Argentine leading the way so far. A heady 3-game cushion for Gustavo Fernandez. Almost halfway home to a spot in the last 4 of this men's wheelchair cinch championships. Out on court 5 here. If you are joining us, welcome along in the company of Anna Smith and Paul Hand, and we'll be bringing you Joachim Gerrard of Belgium, who'll take on Tom Egbertink of the Netherlands. That'll be our next match. Second semi-final. We're a day behind in that regard because of the rain yesterday, but we did get through the semi-finals of the men's doubles indoors, so that's all set. These guys just have to take care now of back-to-back singles quarterfinals and semi-finals today, so we get fully up to speed. Weather's compliant, we've got new balls. Olsen to serve at 2-5. That's a great dig again. What defense. He's just, because of his explosivity, because he's so stacked with muscle, his first push is unbelievable, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. He's able to cover so much of the court. You can see Olsen maybe trying to change tactics out here, but no matter what he seems to do, Fernandez has an answer to it.
Well, that's simply scoreboard pressure. Whatever he's doing right now, seemingly, Gustavo Fernandez is finding answers. 2 points away from the set now, the Argentine. Oh, do behave. He's found that as well. I thought that was a really good knife slice backhand from Olsen. Fernandez again, disrespecting it. 3 set points. Ouch! Top seed in this one. Gustavo Fernandez of Argentina strong arms his way through the opening set by 6 games to 2. That was quite a spectacle. Really strong showing from the Argentine there, Anna.
He's a man on a mission, isn't he, Paul? Just doesn't seem to let up. He's got that steely look in his eyes, and it's just absolutely relentless in that first set. Everything he did touch turned to gold. And as you can see here, just that first serve percentage won 75% compared to 38. Massive, massive difference. That's why he's racing through those service games so easily. And even on that second serve, you can see he's up at 50% won, whereas Olsen is down at 16%. Those are probably the things that have decided this set. He's got to find a way to get in his service games a little bit more, get that first serve percentage of 1 points up higher. But Fernandez is making it tricky.
Yeah, he's been impeccable on break point conversion as well, hasn't he? Can do no wrong, the Argentine, at the moment.
No, it was pretty much that last game summed him up, didn't it? You thought he was out of position, and all of a sudden he's sitting the back edge of the line for a winner.
We heard so much about Iga Swiatek, didn't we? The Pole, who was the defending champion at the French Open, didn't manage to defend her title, but working with a psychologist makes you wonder whether Fernandez is doing the same right now, because he just looked invincible, almost unplayable there. Be interesting to see how he is as a front runner, whether he can put a lid on this in straight sets.
Yeah, you feel like he's in the zone. A lot of players talk about it. It doesn't happen too often, but you feel like there's not really much that can go wrong out here. Is he able to keep this up for the second set as well? But there's that backhand slice. So much better when he's able to be a bit more aggressive on it and get a little bit more width. That's something he's going to have to find throughout this second set if he wants to turn this match around.
Yeah, really using the serve and sting really well, and you felt like he had options there, time around the ball. Olsen has to get his quality of return contact a little bit better, and as you implied earlier after the statistics, get more first serves in with effect. Yeah, and another good first delivery. We can hear by the ringing of alarm bells as his frame clatters against the wheel rims. Fernandez is just taking no prisoners out here.
He absolutely isn't, and that's what makes it so hard for Olsen as well. If Fernandez keeps serving with such a high percentage, what does he do?
Looking a little vexed at the moment, the Swede, understandably. He's not done that much wrong, but he does have to elevate his numbers a little bit to put up resistance here. I'll tell you what, Gustavo Fernandez is playing unbelievably, because that was a heavy, deep slice return, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And he just abused it.
It really was. I thought Stefan Olsson would have been pretty pleased with that. You know, sort of within a couple of feet of the baseline, but I mean, Fernandez is just seeing the ball like a football out here.
Sweet timing. Oh, he is human after all. About the first unforced error we've seen.
It really is a little chink of light there for him. But this is the closest he's gotten on one of Fernandez's service games.
Yeah, just stretching a little too far. Again, it was a terrific slice return from the Swede. Now then, can he get the upper hand here, Stefan Olsson, in this opening Fernandez service game of set 2? Looks very composed and focused. Yeah, too good a serve. That's how to fight off break point. He's using pace and accuracy well with that first serve. And it's a twin that's serving him very, very nicely.
Advantage Fernandez.
Oh,
Fernandez.
well, it's a 3-day feast of wheelchair tennis for you. And it is full steam ahead for Gustavo Fernandez, who can do no wrong out here, having fended off a break point in that service game. He is motoring onwards and upwards out here, and Olsson, well, he is right up against it now. He doesn't want to just be a blip in the rear view mirror of Fernandez. He's got to get his teeth into this second set right now. Good serve. Need more of the same.
That last game, though, was another example. You don't feel like Stefan Olsson's done that much wrong, though. Fernandez just seems to have an answer for everything.
Yeah, just tangled up under the wheel, that one. There must be an intimidation factor when you play somebody like Gustavo Fernandez, rather like playing Rafa Nadal on a clay court in the able-bodied game. You're sort of a point down before you start, because just look at the guy. It's intimidating. Oh, that's nice. Wonderful backhand slice pass from the Swede.
It's those kind of points that he's having to play. He's having to play that well to win points out here, and that is what can be mentally challenging.
Yeah, he's got no wriggle room, has he now, really? Right up against it.
That's what's the hardest thing when you're playing someone who's just as relentless as this. You just feel like you've got to play better and better, and that's when those errors come.
Out. That's you.
Again, it's the first strike of Fernandez that's telling.
And even with that backhand slice as well, you just felt that he was trying to go a little bit deeper than he normally would.
Whoa. T14.
So Fernandez with a break point here.
Fernandez.
Fernandez breaks serve again for the 4th time.
Fernandez leads 2 games to love.
Playing very, very well. So, of course, there's our sister tournament at the Birmingham Viking Open. And Jordan Wiley, congratulations to her. She's beaten fellow Brit, Abby Breakwell, 6-love, 6-2 to move into the women's semis at that Viking Classic in Birmingham. She'll now play the top seed and left-hander from Japan, Yui Kamiji, in the semis later today. Wow, Fernandez rolling with it all out here, isn't he? It's all going really well.
I'm not sure how many lines he's hit, but he's just so accurate today, whether it be with the serve, the forehand or the backhand.
Wow, he's just owning the court right now.
It's not a nice feeling as an opponent when the person you're playing just doesn't seem to miss. You're just kind of bereft of ideas out there. You don't really know what to do. And Olsen looks like he's struggling a little bit. He's trying to find ways, but nothing just seems to work.
Been rushed for time, hasn't he? It's very difficult. And also when you play Fernandez, I think there's so much racket head speed that he's got so many options on the ball, and he's very tough to read because he can just whip around the side or the inside of the ball.
He holds it quite well as well, doesn't he? Just able to hold the strike and change that direction so easily.
And another blink and you miss it service hold from Gustavo, who is having one of those days that matches top, a purple patch. Really having a good time out here on court. And considering he was playing doubles yesterday on the faster indoor courts, he's transitioned really, really well again out onto the grass. He was out here practicing about an hour before at 11 o'clock local time here in the UK. And boy, is he hitting the ball well now. Looking every bit the top seed, Anna.
It's that versatility that he has, isn't it? He's able to just change the surfaces, adapt his game. You can see he's added a few little nuances, a few drop shots, a few slices out there. So he's got that variety, and he's just played every single shot at exactly the right time, the right direction, the right pace. Can he keep this going for the next few games to wrap it up?
Time.
2019 was a big year for him. He won the first 3 major singles titles of the year. He was on a quest to become the first wheelchair tennis player to complete the calendar slam. But then lost out in the semis of the US Open, the one that he needed to get that accolade. He was down by Stéphane Houdet in that semi-final at the US Open. Wily old 50-year-old French fox. He loves to ruin a party, doesn't he, Stéphane? But there's another Stéphane who's right up against it here, and that's Olsen. It's just so tricky for him today, isn't it? You know, everything that he's not doing that well, Fernandez is capitalizing on and making him pay. If he misses a first serve, he's in trouble.
Be interesting after the match as well to get his thoughts and be, you know, I'm sure he probably would say that he hasn't actually played that badly out here. But Fernandez has just seemed to, like you said, been in a purple patch and just is not coughing up any unforced errors, just hitting winners left, right and centre.
Yeah, he's owning the court, is Fernandez at the moment. Perhaps a little greedy there, he sensed.
I don't blame him for going for it, though, with the amount of backhand winners that he's hit. He's just feeling so good on the ball.
Good serve from Olsen. That was timely.
40-30.
And again, just crossing the line in a service hold is a tough ask for the 34-year-old Swede, ranked 9th in the men's wheelchair game at the moment. Oh, really, very well done. That was tough. He was tangled up and handcuffed. The ball was tight onto his chest, but he managed just to sort of nudge that one to the space. Stefan Olsen salvages some pride, holds on to his serve, but still chasing the South American in what has been so far a little bit of a lopsided contest. Can he settle down and shift to find a higher gear? It's been all Fernandez so far, as you were implying, Anna. And at the moment, he'll be hoping for just a little bit of a drop in quality from the South American so he can find some sort of in. As another ace just rockets by him.
You could hear at the end of that game, though, that there was a loud come on from Olsen, just really trying to fire himself up, just see if he can get anything going out here. Just got to get the adrenaline pumping. Oh, nicely done. Held, disguised, just out of his peripheral vision, waiting for Olsen to commit, and then he just nudges it the other side. It's been a masterful performance so far from the top seed here, who's feeling no pressure or weight of expectation in that regard. Well, another one of those rocket-like service holds from Fernandez that we've become familiar with. And he'll be feeling pretty good about his plight so far in this first of the men's quarterfinals. Perhaps he's thinking about the semis. I doubt he's future pacing at all, actually, but
you know, obviously that's in the back of their mind somewhere that they'll have to play twice today. So he'd dearly love to get this done in straights against such a tough competitor.
He would. And I'm sure that the other guys watching in the other semi-finals, so they're just warming up and looking at this thinking, I really don't want to play him later if he's playing on this kind of form. So sending a message to all his rivals.
Yeah, and of course this tournament, along with the Viking Classic in Birmingham, both part of the ITF Uniqlo Wheelchair Tennis World Tour. The tour now consists of more than 160 tournaments in over 40 countries around the world, with total prize money of $3.25 million. Originated in '92 on tour with just an initial 11 international tournaments, and now includes events at all 4 of the Grand Slam pillars, the majors, the big ones. That's quite a coup for the game. It's evolved really very well, courtesy of players like this to bring it to the ascendancy. Oh, nice defense from the Swede. He's only won one of the last 5 showings against Fernandez. Just a mark, really, of how much Gustavo has improved. They met 5 times in 2019. But just the way, Anna, that Fernandez manages to get sort of full-blooded swings off both sides on return, it's quite something.
It really is. Just the second serves are just sitting up there nicely, and like you said, he's just able to really let rip, and there's nothing that Olsen can do. He's always in the defense after the serve.
Yeah, somehow he's trying, you can see, to get the serve out of the strike zone of Gustavo, but it's tricky. It's causing him problems.
And then he's just giving him another second serve to look at again.
Yeah, a misread there from Fernandez. Olsen taking a little bit of the pace off the serve there. Now another breakpoint opportunity here for the top seed. Oh, what a response from Olsen. Winner of this one will take on Dermot Bailey, the left-hander from Great Britain, or Stefan Houdet. It's only about the second or third unforced error we've seen all match from Fernandez.
Surprising miss. Like you said, we haven't seen too many unforced errors, especially off that forehand wing. The court was open. You thought he was just going to find the space.
Good hold from Stefan Olsen. He'll be pleased with that.
Fernandez leads 4 games to 2.
Reducing arrears. Just heard that Stefan Houdet has beaten Dermot Bailey 6-2, 6-love in the quarterfinals. That's just finished out on the adjacent court, court 6. So it will be the experienced veteran Frenchman at 50 years of age who lies in wait, probably catching a beady eye on this one as he wheels back to the changing rooms. Oh, nice. Perfectly weighted. Now then, he'll want to detain Fernandez for as long as he can here and try and scrap his way back into this, Will Olsen. Really well played. Terrific speed around the court from Fernandez. Again, pushing up really quickly to the drop shot.
Covers the net as well. Just knows exactly where to move to. Just is so calm on that backhand volley. Never looked like missing.
Yeah, it's good all-court tennis from both. Yeah, great serve and first strike from Fernandez.
You can hear the effort as well, can't you? Just feels like he really knows that if Olsen could find a way to break here, then he's maybe got a way into it, but he wants to finish the job.
Yeah, it's certainly so far been a no-nonsense showing from Fernandez. He's tried to keep the rally short and he's been pretty bossy. He really has owned the stage out here on 5. Gustavo Fernandez holds on with great effect and puts himself just a game away from a spot in the semi-finals of this men's wheelchair cinch championships from the Queen's Club here in West London. Just not that far from the A4, that one of the main arteries out of London that heads out towards the West Country and ultimately over to Wales. So all pretty comfortable and well inside an hour mark is Fernandez. He'll be really savouring this performance inside, I'm sure. He won't be wanting to get ahead of himself though, Anna, because he's still got to put the lid on it right now.
Yeah, he does. The amount of times we've seen a score change from similar positions, crucial that he maintains that focus. But I'm sure if he does, his coach by the sidelines is going to be pretty happy with this afternoon's work so far.
And you'd imagine that these players will have calloused hands when they're pushing so hard against the wheel rims. We saw the grip of Stefan Olsen just prior to him warming up on his racket, and it's just all roughed up, where of course this is exactly what he does. This is how he rolls, literally. 2-5, second set. Well, that's just scoreboard pressure compounding in the mind of the Swede. He knows the serve's got to be really accurate and have pace on it, and it's forcing him to go nearer to the lines. And with the great movement of Fernandez, the South American's court will feel like a postage stamp that Olsen's got to hit into right now. He's really done a good job in shrinking it as he fist pumps over to his coach. Just 2 points away from the W now then is Fernandez. Oh, really well done from Olsen. Berrettini and his Australian opponent, De Minaur, being ushered on to centre. Oh, terrific. Such strength to get that ball up and down cross court with so much speed. All of the work done off court in the gym, serving him well right now. The Popeye of wheelchair tennis. Well, there's been a couple of double faults from Olsen. All the pressure that this fella has applied onto the Swede, now coming to the fore. Just inside the hour mark then, Gustavo Fernandez has a match point. Gustavo Fernandez totally orchestrating affairs out here on court 5, coming through his quarter-final, manhandling his opponent, his esteemed opponent, twice Wimbledon champion of 2017 and 18, downed at just the expense of 4 games. He looks menacing. Gustavo Fernandez rolls on through into the last 4 of this wheelchair cinch championships here at Queen's. What a showing that was, Anna.
Such an impressive performance. And I think none of the other guys in the draw are going to be looking forward to playing him if he's playing anything like that. Really bodes well for Wimbledon a couple of weeks down the line. He's going to be really, really pleased with that. And probably looking forward to trying to emulate that in the semi-finals later.
Really efficient, taking 5 of 6 break points that he'd engineered today. And just succumbing once on his own serve. And look at the effect behind both first and second.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a massive difference. Even on the ace count as well. Just getting up to that 5 aces compared to the 2, but that 76% first serve percentage compared to the 48. Such a big, big difference. Those second serve return points improved a little bit for Olsen in the second set, but pretty dominant match from Fernandez out there. Nothing to complain about for him.
And he's got through all inside 4 minutes shy of an hour as well. 6-2, 6-2 for Gustavo Fernandez. He'll head on through to play Stéphane Houdet, the veteran Frenchman, who's next in line for the top seed. He came through earlier today out on 6, just the adjacent court to, he beat Dermot Bailey, did Houdet, 6-2, 6 love. But that is pretty much confirmation of this match result. Fernandez very businesslike today. He'll be utterly delighted with that, but of course it's all about reserving his energies and getting ready for the next one. Well, we won't be watching Hewitt against Gordon Reid because sadly Alfie Hewitt had to withdraw with a slight injury issue. We think we'll wish him well in his recovery. He'll be getting ready for Wimbledon. But the next match we'll be bringing you, I'm told, is Joachim Gerrard against Tom Egbertink. So that'll be up next on Court 5. So don't go too far. Thanks for your company. Should be on within the next sort of 5 minutes or so. Time just to pop the kettle on, cup of tea, and rejoin the action.
somebody else will come and pick it up. It's not good for my back, is it? I hope you wanted this side, Tom.
Pas trop le choix d'être là.
È la grafica sbagliata.
Welcome back. A second men's quarter-final, third of the day, this one on court 5. Just had a win. Gustavo Fernandez has just downed Stefan Olsson. This one from the third quarter of the men's wheelchair singles draw between Gerrard of Belgium and Tom Egbertink of the Netherlands. So Fernandez already through at the top of the draw. He will meet Stefan Houdet. Now turning our attention then to the bottom half of the draw. And for those of you hoping that you'd tune into the Alfie Hewitt-Gordon Reid match, unfortunately we heard that Alfie had withdrawn from the singles against Gordon due to an injury. Gordon goes through to the semi-finals later today to play the winner of this one. And that'll be our third match on this court. All being well, and the weather holding fine. I think the forecast is pretty good. No sun, but dry, and well, we've been blessed so far. So as we take a look at these two athletes just warming up, with his back to us here is Tom Egbertink in the orange and blue from Holland. 28 years of age, ranked 8th in the world in singles and 9th in the world in doubles. We caught a glimpse of him yesterday when he played doubles alongside Gustavo Fernandez on the indoor courts. He's through to the final of the men's doubles. They down Dermot Bailey and Stefan Houdet at the expense of just one game. A really strong showing. He's a very strong athlete, is Tom Egbertink. Just been awarded a men's singles wildcard for Wimbledon, where he's set to make his Grand Slam debut next month. And he made his debut inside the world's top 8 in January of 2020, did Tom, returning to something nearing his best form after a difficult few years, with a few elbow injuries and subsequent surgeries along the way. But he's a very big, burly ball striker, and to be very wary of if you're an opponent of his. His biggest career single success to date came at ITF level 1, where he won the Daegu Open in Korea in 2015, 6 years ago now. But he's won numerous titles at ITF 2 level and ITF 3 level, the tier below. Oops, someone just dropped all the bottles there in the background. Gerrard, what a bull of a man, very broad-shouldered and burly. He's very experienced at 32 years of age. Ranked 4th in the world right now and 7th in doubles. Reigning Australian Open men's singles champion after winning his first Grand Slam title at Melbourne Park in February this year. That was quite an occasion. He was tearful afterwards. I commentated that for Eurosport. It was a terrific match. And he was the men's singles bronze medalist at Rio in 2016, was Joachim, winning Belgium's first ever Paralympic wheelchair tennis medal. So these two have met 15 times, and I can tell you that Gerrard leads the head-to-head 13-2. So he's quite a bossy player, as is Fernandez. So it's going to be interesting to see how, Anna, the level of Egbertink has risen and how much he has improved, and how much the uplift of getting a singles wild card into Wimbledon will really have boosted his confidence.
Absolutely. I think trying to get as many matches as he can here is going to be high on his priority list, but with a record at 13-2, it's not going to be easy out there. But like you said, he's a big striker of the ball. He's got to find ways to get that first strike in, take charge of the rallies, otherwise it's probably going to go the same way that it has gone on these last few occasions.
Yeah, he's won 9 out of the last 10, has Joachim, against this opponent, but they last met 4 years ago, 2017. That was back at the US Open Wheelchair Championships, where Gerrard won 7-5, 6-4. But there's a lot of water that's gone under the bridge, as we say hello to Josh Brace.
1 minute.
Anyway, so we're all pretty much ready to go. Just a few serves being hammered down, and then we'll get this second quarterfinal underway. In fact, it's the last remaining quarterfinal. And then we'll be bringing you live semi-finals action straight afterwards, hopefully.
Quarterfinal match, best of 3 sets. First 2 standard tiebreak, with a match tiebreak to be played if the scores are 1 set all. The left of the chair for Belgium, Gerrard. To the right of the chair from the Netherlands, Egbertink.
So how much has he improved? Only time will tell. He's certainly got a big game, and he was showing off on the indoor courts yesterday alongside Gustavo. Was Tom Egbertink playing some really good shots, some fine tennis, really bossy tennis. But this is a huge moment for him. Can he get an early toe hold against somebody that he has beaten twice before? But the last victory for Tom over Joachim came back in 2012 at the Cajun Classic on an outdoor hard court in the first round. He caught him early there, 1-6, 2-7-5, but lost the 9 subsequent matches to Gerrard in their previous encounters. So it's easy, Anna, isn't it, to be haunted by those previous sort of matchups against somebody.
It can be, especially when you've lost the last 9 matches, but it's important that you go out there with a fresh start and a clean slate. You've just got to think that this is another match, think about what your tactics are going to be and try and bring that to the court. But obviously he's maybe going to have to try something a little bit different, because what he's been doing hasn't been working. So it'll be interesting to see how he starts. Crucial that he gets the first couple of games on the board. You don't want to get down having had such a poor head-to-head record.
Reigning Australian Open champion to get this underway. Wow, that is some start. Spiking down the ace.
Not what Egbertink would have wanted.
No, quite. Because you've got to reckon that Egbertink's got to win the first set, really, psychologically, to stand a chance in this one. Ouch! Back-to-back aces for the Belgian. As I say, very broad-shouldered. He's always had a good serve. And he's got a really lovely sort of deliberate pre-serve action, hasn't he? He really takes his time and very composed. Wow, that is some start from Joachim Gerrard of Belgium. 3 aces in that opening game, Anna.
Exactly what he would have wanted when he stepped up to that baseline.
Yeah, quite outstanding. 1 minute it took to secure that opening game for the Belgian. Now, will it have put the frighteners up? The man 4 years his junior from the Netherlands, Tom Egbertink, wheels up to the line to try and open his account out here. Yeah, clever use of the slice that we thought in the match prior Olsen would get great effect with, but not so against Fernandez. What about Egbertink here? He'll need that to keep the ball down out of the strike zone of Joachim Gerrard. Gerrard wheeling menacingly into these returns. beautiful slice again, just almost rolling along the grass here at Queen's Club. And he's got an interesting history as a doubles player. He won the Wimbledon men's doubles title in 2012, partnering Michael Gerrard. So he's had success on the big stage, has Tom Egbertink. Also won the year-end doubles masters title with the Frenchman in 2011 as well. So he's used to big moments on the doubles court. However, can he get that to transcend across into singles?
40-50.
Pretty sure that looked long, didn't it? I think Gerrard's giving a quizzical look over to the umpire.
Yeah.
Brink may have got away with one there.
There was no call, was there? That was really unusual. Yeah, a wry smile of frustration from Joachim. Puff of chalk on that lovely length second serve from Tom Egbertink as he brings parity to the early stages of this opening set out here. Last of the men's quarterfinals then on semi-finals Friday, Saturday even. Get all the days mixed up in this bubble. All to play for. Belgium, Dutch challenge here. Well, he's found a really glorious, smooth, effortless rhythm up there.
I think that looked long again. I think Egbertink was just turning around, getting ready for that second serve,
Yeah.
so maybe it's 1-1 in bad line calls.
It's a little unnerving, isn't it, Anna, when you perhaps think that, you know, there's been a couple of dodgy calls early. As a player, you just want assured, firm calling. Been a few chuckles from the players so far, as if to say, what's going on out here?
And I think I heard Egbertink questioning the umpire on the baseline as well. The umpire saying just a little puff of chalk came up.
But of course, as a player, how do you deal with that in your head? I guess you just got to say, well, you know, what goes around comes around, right?
You do. Can be tricky though, especially if it's on a big point. But thankfully it makes it a bit easier when it's just the sort of opening stages of the match.
Yep. Not got the luxury of Hawkeye or electronic review out here on 5.
Game, Gerrard. Gerrard leads 2-1.
He's got a lovely sort of almost quite suspenseful look about him when he deliberates pre-serve. There's a stillness, isn't there, that's quite different, really. I don't think he's always had that, because I've been watching him and calling his wheelchair matches for numerous years now. I think it's just something that he's acquired over the years, and it's almost like quite an add-on for him almost. It seems to serve him very, very well, that stillness pre-serve.
Just looks very calm, doesn't he, and composed. It just seems like he's got a routine before every point, knows exactly what he's doing. So whether it's the first point of the match or match point serving for a Grand Slam title, he just goes through his routines.
Yeah, and he's got his bottle of port there as well. Looks like
Is that the secret weapon?
No, that really is a serious flask of water, which he dwarfs because he's such a big, power-laden man who dwarfs the racket as well. He really is a big unit, Joachim Gerrard. Quite imposing in the flesh when you talk to him. And along with this year's Australian Open men's singles title, Gerrard has also won 4 Grand Slam doubles titles as well. Partnered Olsen to win Wimbledon men's doubles 2019. Downing Hewitt and Reed in that one. Straight sets. Psychologically, Anna, tough when you're facing someone who's holding onto their serve quite easily, and then you're having to serve, you know, so quickly yourself.
You do feel that added pressure.
Oh, nice try with the drop shot. Not quite enough air on it.
The right shot to go for, though. You don't want to be letting Gerrard be hitting too many ground strokes from the baseline. Got to mix it up a little bit.
Well done, Tom Egbertink. A real sigh of relief after that one. Needs to hold on here. Almost looked a little hesitant there. Didn't look like he was going to go for a drop shot and then maybe changed his mind. So 2 immediate break points for Joachim Gerrard of Belgium. Oh, fine backhand return from Gerrard. That's his stronger wing. And an immediate break of serve then from the Belgium #1. Only 2 seeds in the wheelchair men's singles event here. Just Fernandez and Alfie Hewitt down the bottom of the draw that got seeded. Of course, Hewitt unable to contest this event in the end. Reed going through on a courtesy of a walkover. But I guess what I'm saying is that Gerrard really is one of those dangerous floaters in the draw, isn't he? He's got just so much weaponry.
He does, and especially when he's playing so relaxed like this. He's just free-flowing and easy.
Got the early break in the set as well. Now, can he find more expansive parts of his game to accelerate away?
Commentator's curse, I think it is.
That's unusual. Bobbled on the net twice there. Yeah, the back behind really. Great tactic. So hard for Egbertink to get into these return games. Testament to the quality of the Belgian serve. He's mixing it up nicely, giving Tom Egbertink no rhythm on return at all. Difficult to know where to wheel your chair to.
It's got a similar feel to the previous match as well. You've got one dominant player, especially on the serve, and the return are really struggling to get into the service games.
40-30.
It's been a bit of a rhythmless match as far as return of serve's concerned for this fella, hasn't it? You know, what were the 3 aces in the Belgium's opening service game, and now this game as well, where he's thrown in a double fault. It's difficult for Tom Egbertink to get any sort of, you know, grip on this return game, you sense.
There's no rhythm, is there?
Yeah.
As a player, you want to find that rhythm early on.
Oh, it's That's a fantastic return of serve at full stretch from Egbertink. Managed to get the ball to an awkward part of the Belgians' court as well. He's acquitting himself really well out here in these early stages. Telling length off the baseline there from Gerrard. He's got a game point here. Sounds like we're near the bottle bank, doesn't it? Stationed here on court 5 with all the rattling. Catering, obvious, very near. Entrance to the event is just on the left, top left of our picture, behind the marquee on the left. Wonderful play, what a beautifully sequenced rally from Egbertink there to haul the game back to deuce. Having just succumbed on his own service game, he's keen to make amends and break back.
Just seems to be finding his footing a little bit more, doesn't he? He's just getting into some of these rallies and just turning a few of them around.
Well, he'll be disappointed with that because he had it right in his strike zone on his favoured side as well. Well, Gerrard gets the result he wanted on a little bit of a laboured service hold, but he does get the game going his way. So inside quarter of an hour, he wheels to the change of ends with a 3-game cushion here. ATP 500 level event. And I was in the hotel today, not far from here, and one of the able-bodied men's players, Alex Popyrin, who is quite a star in the making, really, I think he's like Australian number 2 or so at the moment, but he's on his travels down to Eastbourne for a 250 level event to be contested down there before Wimbledon the following week. Let's wish him well in his journey and his attempts out there on the able-bodied tour. But this fellow, with plenty to ponder, having only beaten Gerrard twice throughout his career, but lost 13 times to today's opponent. It's just one of those awkward matchups for him, isn't it? And Gerrard is just so decorated as well. Current world singles number 4, the 32-year-old from Belgium. Tough ask. Wind's picked up a little locally. Cloudy day overhead. Sun not able to poke its way through the clouds today. Normally a permanent sort of squinting venue is Queen's, but not today. A little bit duller. Rather refreshing, really, from a playing perspective. Cooler. Well, he has been right to the very top of the game, has Joachim Gerrard. He was world #1 back on the 5th of December 2016. And that was the year that he won the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters on an indoor hard court. Played some really good ball that year.
15-30.
He's got 35 plus singles titles to his name. Egbertink forcing the play a little too hard. It's so easy to do, isn't it, Anna? When you play somebody who's simply that little bit better, you feel like you've got to raise your game, and nothing less than a 9 or 10 out of 10 will do. You just start sort of muscling and over-pressing.
Especially with the scoreboard pressure as well.
Telling length from Egbertink there. That was really good.
Maybe something he could use a little bit more, just adding a little bit more height, getting a bit more depth, making Gerrard be a little bit further behind the baseline and not let him get that first strike in the rally.
There's that early backhand return that we've seen so much over the years, and Joachim Gerrard now really starting to accelerate away. He's got the cushion of 4 games now, and you do sense that having grabbed that accolade and got the monkey off his back and finally clinching that first ever Grand Slam men's singles title down under at Melbourne Park earlier this year has really served his confidence the world of good, the Belgian.
Sometimes when you've been so close, you start to doubt yourself maybe a little bit. Can I get over that finish line? But he proved to himself, and he's just going to gain so much confidence from that. And you can see here, he's just so relaxed and calm.
Oh, gorgeous. Well, court 5's the place to be if you're looking for showpiece wheelchair tennis action. We've been really treated out here. That, another glorious winner off the strong wing of a strong Belgian player here in picture. Joachim Gerrard free swinging now. Showing all that he has in his toolbox. Well, as anticipated as well on the grass courts, these points are very short and punchy and decisive. Both very muscled, strong athletes, find it easy to hit through this fast surface. Ouch. Vicious forehand return. But they'll need a few more where that one came from. He's finding his spots on the serve, isn't he, Anna, and mixing it up nicely.
He is, but Egbertink's struggling out there. He's able to play one good point, but then not be able to string anything else together. He's just got to try and find that consistency, which has been lacking in this first set so far.
Well, an emphatic first set goes the way of the former world #1. 6-1. Joachim Gerrard secures the opener in some style. And rather like Gustavo Fernandez, who was the matcher earlier, he's in menacing mood. A set secured in just 23 minutes.
Some pretty interesting stats here. Again, on that serve, you just see those 4 aces, 3 of those coming in that first game. Just the first serve percentage one, such a huge difference. That 85% for Gerrard, just down at the 33 for Egbertink. He's just really making life tough for himself, isn't he? Throwing in those double faults, really not helping his cause too much.
Yeah, it's going to be an uphill battle for Tom Egbertink. There's no doubting that, because the Belgian is sort of on the front foot, really enjoying the way that this one's going. And he's been serving very, very well. That opening game really was a sort of a really good endorsement of that, wasn't it? Banging down the 3 aces and kind of setting the tone for that whole set.
I was going to say, it was almost a preview of what to expect for the rest of that first set. Just dictated from that first game, and sometimes you've got to set the tone, and he really did. And Egbertink has just always been on the back foot, and now the onus is on him to try and find a way to turn it around. But what can he bring to the table in this second set?
Second set, Egbertink to serve. Out 15 love. T50.
Oh, really good service hold from Tom Egbertink. Now that will bode well. He'll feel pretty good about himself now. Fine start. Now he really wants to get some sort of toehold into the return game, ideally, and that's a very tough ask against Gerrard on a strong serving day.
Got to find a way to maybe do something a little bit different. Whether he changes position a little bit more, just maybe varies it, uses that higher ball. Because when he's been hitting it, it hasn't necessarily worked. Just got to make sure he gets Gerrard out of his rhythm if he can. Hard to do it when Gerrard serves like that into the body, though.
It's interesting, isn't it? As an able-bodied player, Anna, you and I would stand in different positions, wouldn't we, to try and almost ask the server to go to a different direction. Tough ask in a chair, though, because I guess you've still got to bisect where the serve you anticipate landing.
Yeah, it is tricky.
But somehow he has to take the strength serve away from Gerrard. But Gerrard has such versatility, doesn't he? As we know, he can find his spots and mixes it up nicely.
Got to force him to hit the hardest serve, though, haven't you? And maybe with that higher part of the net, maybe cover a little bit more body and tee, force him to go for that wide slider.
Yeah, the roar of disapproval there from Gerrard as he knew this one had just gone past him. Terrific skill level there from Tom Egbertink, just wheeling back to recover in case it came back. That's a glorious point.
Just toying with him there, wasn't he? Going for that tried and tested drop shot combination.
When the ball is in Gerrard's strike zone off that backhand wing, he really does open his shoulders very, very well. He's got his knees locked into place and very securely strapped into the chair, so he kind of uncoils against that with his shoulders to get the racket head speed. Gerrard holds on to bring parity to the early stages of this second set. Really, at the moment, relatively untroubled here. He'll be looking for a third break of the Egbertink serve and is yet unblemished on his own serve. Quality pace on that delivery from Tom. You can see him just sort of simulating what he wants with his pre-serve ritual, keeping his head up. It's all about quality of first delivery from him, otherwise Gerrard with his high-level return of serves will be all over him. Likes to take the ball early. Pretty strong off of both sides. Got a racket that coordinates with his outfit as well. Oh, that's nice. Nice heightened speed from Egbertink. And of course, these lovely vibrant colours, which look so good, won't be allowed at the lawns of the All England in the next couple of weeks. It'll be the predominantly white rule.
Be nice to see it again, though, won't it?
Yeah.
How we missed it all last year.
Absolutely, yeah, good point.
Thankfully, we get some crowds in as well. Be so nice to have them back.
I think I was reading somewhere that it was up, that we're going to be up to capacity at the All England on the latter stages.
Yeah, I think it was something around 50% capacity, but then centre court and court one had fairly close to full capacity, if not full capacity, at least for finals weekend, I believe.
Yeah. Another really strong service hold from the Dutchman, who is growing in stature and confidence out here. There's a little swagger about the way that he's throwing that towel over his shoulder and confidently wheeling around. He's got a 2-1 lead here. He's in the front in this second set. That's something that in the past he's kind of really grappled with against today's opponent. But he's playing some really good ball right now, and he'll be hoping long may it continue. He'll have to be serving at his best, as we said at the start of this match, to keep this man off him. Players just taking on board plenty of hydration, a little bit of intake of food along the way. It's going to be another long day for these guys. The winner of this one will compete in the semi-finals. That'll be after a short break. There's the man who sadly had to pull out earlier against Gordon Reid, Alfie Hewitt, looking a little forlorn, but he's had a cracking clay swing, hasn't he? What with the win in Biot as well on the French Riviera and also the French Open title. So he's played a lot of ball, has Alfie. Probably just wants to settle down and get rid of the niggle that he has before Wimbledon. Haven't been informed to the extent or where the injury is, but that's probably quite clever of him to just keep it low key and swoon under the radar. But I knew something was up because he elected not to play doubles yesterday with Gordon, and I thought it might have been a surface issue, didn't want to go indoors and break the rhythm. But it's not, it's more than that. It is confirmed as some sort of injury issue that Alfie has. So let's hope he can get himself treated and back to full fitness at speed. Because he's up to world number 2, of course, Alfie Hewitt right now. Now, this is interesting. Half chance for Egbertink here. Love 30 on the Gerrard serve. Keenly rolling around at speed, looking to launch a return ambush here.
Looks a bit more relaxed as well, doesn't he?
Yeah, sort of.
Just feeling a little bit more confident, just finding his feet here in this second set.
Terrific return of serve, kept it down very low there. So he's got swagger and attitude right now, starting to enjoy his time on court 5. Can he convert one of these 3 breakpoint opportunities? Well, the first slipped through his fingertips, but nothing anybody could do with a serve of that accuracy. Oh, very well played, Tom Egbertink. He's managed to engineer a break of the Belgian serve for the first time in the match and head out to a heady 3-1 lead in set 2.
He's just changing the rhythm up a little bit more, isn't he? Using a little bit more of those higher topspin shots, using that backhand slice as well. Just get Gerrard out of his rhythm. Maybe a little bit of a drop of concentration.
Well, he's gone for that forehand drop shot on a couple of occasions and kissed the tape on both now. Wow, took that so early, did Gerrard.
Moved out of the way of it as well. Just got around it. You can see him moving early. He'd already decided that he wanted to get onto that forehand and just took it at the top of the bounce and was able to guide it down the line. And Egbertink did not stand a chance. Yeah, buckling under the sheer length and pace from Gerrard there was Egbertink. So, having
just yielded on his own serve. He's keen to make amends here. Fabulous.
13-40.
What a strike with the forehand down the line from Tom Egbertink.
So far behind the baseline as well. And like you said, was just able to generate so much racket head speed and topspin. Find that down the line. Gerrard was just nowhere near it.
Well read. Had to roll the dice and advance up the court, but narrowed down the angle really cleverly there, did Egbertink, and a couple of breakpoint opportunities saved. He'll be feeling pretty good on his quest now for a third win over Joachim Gerrard. First meeting on grass between these two. He's found that as well. It was like a half volley taken very, very early.
Didn't make things easy for himself, did there? Like you said, on the half volley, but managed to find the line.
Well, there's a fist pump and a confidence and a swagger to the way that Egbertink held on there. That was really well survived. 15-40 down. And he came through a tough test there, dodged a couple of bullets and heads out to a heady 4-1 lead in set 2 then, after just 40 minutes of action here on 5 in this second or last men's quarterfinal on this court. They've been really treated. It's been some good tennis, hasn't it? And what a coup for this man to start to look to turn this around here. Dug very deep.
It has. He's just managed to find a way. And just like you said, dug in, stayed tough. Maybe change the rhythm a little bit, change the pace, which I think has maybe helped. And Gerrard maybe dropped off a little bit, but credit to Egbertink, he's done so well in this second set. Can he see it through and take this to a decider?
And over the last 4 meetings between these two, twice Tom Egbertink's managed to sort of snag a set from the Belgian, so he's getting nearer. Would today be the day that he can really get it together and find a way through to the semi-finals? That would be quite something. Now then, Gerrard, who trails 1-4 in this second set, will be perhaps a little aggrieved at the fact that his serve was broken in the service game prior. He'll be fighting hard here at the start of this service game, you'd imagine. Well, Egbertink is growing in stature, isn't he, in all aspects of his game. He's doing really well now on return, starting to read the Belgian serve.
Looks a lot freer as well with his ground strokes. Just looks like he's got a bit of clarity of thought, knows exactly what he's trying to do out there.
Wondrous tennis from Tom Egbertink. That is a glorious forehand half volley angle. Clean hitting all round.
Yeah, you could just see him charging forwards and such silky skills. Found the angle. And again, just got to way into this service game. Can he get the double break?
Oh, he's got that one as well. A beautiful forehand return. And suddenly, he's really creating a lot of problems for the Belgian now. 3 more break points for Tom Egbertink of the Netherlands. World number 8 on the ascent here. Bossy tennis from the Dutchman, and he's rewarded. He ups his game and engineers a second break of the Belgian serve. It's some set of tennis that he's put together out here. Having lost the opener 6-1, he's really made a sea change with his mentality. And he's going seemingly from strength to strength.
He is, just finding that first serve as well. Just being able to be so aggressive out here. And Gerrard is really struggling. It's been such a topsy-turvy match so far.
Very nice. All the answers right now. The grunt's getting louder as well. He's really enjoying himself out here on 5. Wanting to detain the burly Belgian for as long as he can. Quality length of return. Two points away from squaring this match. Two set points for Tom Egbertink here to draw a level. Well, he'll be pretty content with life right now. All is good in the world of Tom Egbertink, the Dutchman, the 28-year-old. He's just been awarded the men's wheelchair singles wildcard for Wimbledon, and he's just taken a set off of Joachim Gerrard. Looking very, very good. A 6-1 set as well. Quite a coup. So scoreboard parity between these two. What will unfold in set 3 is the question on everybody's lips in this one. Just 46 minutes have elapsed, and frankly, it's anyone's.
Yeah, it is. It's been such a reversal of fortunes for Tom Egbertink. That first set couldn't quite string anything together, but really found it in that second set. And as you can see here, such a turnaround. The first serve percentage won up at 81%, down at just 50 for Gerrard. Huge, huge difference. And Egbertink starting to create a few more breakpoint opportunities and taking 2 out of the 3 of those, whereas Gerrard really struggling in this second set to create as much and not taking the chances that he had.
It's amazing, isn't it? How it was so lopsided to start with a 23-minute set, and then exactly a mirror 6-1 set after another 23 minutes. It's peculiar, isn't it? The parity there, it's very odd. You don't see that too often. So we don't really quite know what we're going to get right now. But if you were a betting person, you would probably back Joachim Gerrard right now, given his 13-2 head-to-head stranglehold over all the years between these two. Here we go, start of set number 3. It's a 1-set shootout for the semi-finals. Opportunity to take on Britain's Gordon Reid. Beg your pardon, of course, it's a champion's tiebreak, isn't it? A match tiebreak to a shootout here. First to 10. And you can sense the urgency between the two athletes right now. Every point matters so much.
Especially in the tiebreak as well. You want to get off to a good early start.
Yeah.
You don't want to be trailing and having to play catch up.
Beautifully taken from Tom Egbertink. Silky hand skills there with the backhand drop volley. Look at this.
I mean, just the angle that he's able to get. Wasn't going for too big margins,
no,
was he?
That's right. That's what I thought. It was a confident take, wasn't it? Really backing himself. He really has got swagger and confidence right now, Egbertink, and you sense Gerrard's going to have to find his highest gear to find a way through.
He's got to try and take that momentum away from Egbertink a little bit. I feel like he's just riding that wave.
Yeah, that's the bossy backhand that we've seen so much over the years from the Belgian. He just hits that with such conviction and authority.
Still maintaining that calm composure though, isn't he? Despite it being this champion's tiebreak, making sure he stays nice and relaxed, nothing's changing out of his routine.
Oh yes, threading the needle down the line. Egbertink with a wonderful backhand pass. Accuracy took dominance over pace here. Gerrard could just throw his racket at it in frustration. So armed with a mini break of serve for what it's worth in the wheelchair game. Egbertink 3-2, race to 10. That's a brilliant handcuffing return from Gerrard, who really backs himself there, takes it early, wheels on into the net as well to compound the pressure. They'll change ends, of course, every 6 points in the breaker. The lottery of a breaker. But the Belgian there was really backing himself. That was courageous. He'll need a few more of those if he's to come through this one. Still looks very calm and assured. Radar slightly off then with the second serve. Gerrard now in the driving seat of this one, you sense. Very composed and together from the Belgian.
You can see a little fist pump though as well. You can tell he knows that this is a crucial stage of the tiebreak.
Next, person.
Gerrard will be contemplating how on earth he can subdue the rampant Dutchman whose level has gone through the roof in that last set. And And he's got a determination etched all over him that he doesn't want to let this go. He's played some good tennis to get here. He's earned himself a champion's tiebreak, and he wants to contest it to the best of his abilities against this man, who's ranked 4 spots higher. It's a heady opportunity for Egbertink.
6-4, Gerrard.
Blistering forehand down the line from Egbertink. What a response from him.
Anytime you think Gerrard's just getting ahead in this Champions tiebreak, Egbertink just seems to find a way to cling onto his coattails.
Yeah, he's doing well to stay in touch, isn't he? He doesn't want to let Gerrard get too far away from him. Keep the tension on the Belgian. I guess that's what he's hoping. Perhaps the tension might tease out an unforced error. A subdued alley uttered under his breath from Gerrard. Going for the towel and wheel round again for another ends change, which seems really fair if there's wind and sun. I do like the change of ends at 6 points. It makes a lot of sense. Some would say it's time wasting. I don't agree with it. Not in a breaker. You nullify the side's advantage that way. Gerrard keen to roll on with things. Just 3 points away from beating an opponent that he's contained 13 times in the past. Good serve.
Sign of a great player, isn't it? When they're able to find their best tennis when it matters the most. Through this mid part of this tiebreak, he really has. Starting to find those serves again, really causing problems.
Just snatched at the forehand a little. It all looked a little bit rushed, didn't it? That he could pay a heavy price for. Gerrard now with 4 match point opportunities. It's job done.
6-1, 1-6, 10-6.
Joachim Gerrard gets it done somehow on a tough day, just 3 minutes shy of the hour mark in a very tight encounter. 10-6 in the Champions tiebreak. He ekes his way through, and we'll be delighted to have survived that one against a much improved Dutch opponent in Tom Egbertink. Good win for Joachim Gerrard. He goes through then to the semi-finals. 6-1, 1-6, 10-6 in the match tiebreak.
I mean, there's not too much between the two. Looking at those stats, just came down to a few points here and there in that tiebreak. Maybe Gerrard just finding those first serves again, like he was missing in the second set, and that was maybe the crucial difference there. But there wasn't much between the two, was there?
No, there really wasn't. As you say, I mean, you actually feel for Tom Egbertink because he was 2 from 5 on break points converted, and Gerrard 2 from 3, a little bit more efficient. But Tom had created more opportunity in the end on those return of serves, which is really quite a coup for the Dutchman. But still to no avail. It's the person that wins the last point. That's the one that matters. And without sounding too smug, it is indeed Joachim Gerrard of Belgium that goes through, and he will be playing again very shortly on this court, where he'll take on Britain's Gordon Reid, who gained the luxury of a walkover against his doubles partner and dear friend Alfie Hewitt, the second seed, at the foot of this men's wheelchair singles draw at the Cinch Championships here at Queen's. So don't go too far. We'll be bringing you live action from that semi-final very, very shortly.
Tu vas par où? Je sors par là parce qu'ils ont ouvert là. Ah, t'es là. Comme ça, je me casse pas les couilles. Ouais, ça va, je vais par là. C'est là où?
Oh, it's finished, huh? No more match.
Oh, there's no more match left.
I don't know. Yeah, I saw 3, yeah. I don't have that. but what I mean though is that like, because he was accused of that sort of thing, not to say, you know, that's a good thing, but like, you know, he's like a, does have essentially, like, you know, wants to, you know, I would say that I would say because like he's just someone who looks after himself. avendo un metro più avanti e uno più dietro. Queste sono scoperte, ma queste devono stare scoperte.
Li copriamo?
Sì, sì, ma voi capiamo pure la questione del suo. Un macchettino qui? Cinch, ma... Stiamo a lavorare i bomber perché domani sicuramente noi dobbiamo lavorare. Tu no, ora tu stai vedendo avanti, ma che vuoi vedere avanti? Meno di alle 10, dove ce l'hai? Me lo devo aspettare io e poi. Sei riuscito a livellare? Sei riuscito a livellare? Ecco, sto vedendo. Sì, sì. Sì, no, chiudi sempre. Le telecamere meno non parlano meglio.
weight washing. So you can swing around, yeah.
Yeah.
That one's probably special. What are you doing, man? Check.
We've got the players coming in this game now. So if you see anyone and they don't mind, obviously that's okay, but it's just so much safer for them to come in across court 6.
Oh, okay, so they can come from there.
They can come through there and then through there. Yeah, perfect. Your choice. I don't know. You're right.
No, that's fine. So one of us will be on the serve and one will be on the Also, 1 plus 3 then, isn't it? Plus 2. Yeah. And the chairs.
regulate this one or wait for both?
Give it a second.
Welcome back. A Belgium-British semi-final clash in the men's wheelchair cinch championship here from the Queen's Club. You're in the company of Paul Hand and Anna Smith. Great to have you along. Gordon Reid gracing the court down below us with the white cap on, back to front here, the classic lefty. And he's taking on Joachim Gerrard, who had a win just earlier against Tom Egbertink in a deciding set to tiebreak. They played that third set breaker because it was a quarter-final rather than an extended, lengthier third set. So this, the first of two semi-finals. We'll be bringing you, obviously, this match live. The other semi-final will be unfolding very shortly over on the adjacent court. Gordon Reid in your picture. 29-year-old lefty from Dunbartonshire. Ranked 6th in the world right now. Paralympic gold medalist and twice Grand Slam champion. 5 years ago in 2016, he really shot to prominence, did Gordon. In January of that year, he won his first ever Grand Slam singles wheelchair title at the Australian Open. And guess who he beat to that title? Today's opponent, Joachim Gerrard. It was a very significant moment in both their lives. Gordon won 7-6, 6-4 on that occasion. One of 30 matches that they've contested. Gordon leads the head-to-head 16-14, so very close normally between these two. But that one back in Australia at Melbourne Park 5 years ago, back in January 2016, a very significant moment in both of their careers. And in July of that year, Reid followed up with a second Grand Slam victory in the inaugural Singles Wheelchair Championships at Wimbledon. And then in the Summer Paralympics, he won the gold medal for the men's wheelchair singles event as well, downing Britain's Alfie Hewitt in straight sets, who he was supposed to play here in the semi-finals, but poor old Alfie's got a niggling injury and had to withdraw from the tournament, sadly. Let's hope he can get ready for Wimbledon in a couple of weeks' time. Alfie Hewitt, of course, zooming up to number 2 in the world with all of his endeavours in the clay swing, winning the title in the French Riviera event in Biot at the Mortoglu Academy, and also the French Open at Roland Garros as well. So real good clay swing for Alfie Hewitt. Gordon Reid has been alongside Alfie as well, winning doubles titles in both those events with Alfie Hewitt as well. So they're at the top of the world rankings in men's doubles. Yeah, so this one a 31st meeting, Anna. They know each other really well, these two, don't they?
There's not too many weaknesses that they don't know about on show here.
Umpire just checking out his iPad on this lovely dry day at Queen's. Complete opposite to yesterday, which was pretty much a washout, apart from a couple of able-bodied matches that they managed to play, starting 4:15 local time here in the UK. Now for this one, what will unfold in this match? Gordon Reid was appointed a member of the Order of the British Empire, MBE, in the 2017 New Year's Honours for services to wheelchair tennis. He's quite a character, quite a self-contained individual, very up together. And he will need to be to get past Joachim Gerrard, who's much improved of late and just a couple of spots higher in the world rankings than Gordon at the moment. He's playing off a ranking of 4 in the world, the 32-year-old from Belgium. Gordon is 3 years his junior at 29 years of age. So a lefty-righty battle, always quite interesting tactically when these two match up, because Gordon's strength, of course, is that swinging wide lefty serve, but it's going in simultaneously to the strength of the Joachim Gerrard backhand, which he really enjoys and likes to take it early. So it'll be interesting to see if Gordon will try and serve towards the forehand body and tangle up the tall Belgian. But he's been practicing out on the court adjacent after the earlier quarterfinals were done, has Gordon Reid. So he was looking pretty sharp in that practice. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes about his business here in this wonderful Queen's Club setting, West London. Plenty of helicopters been bombing around overhead. It's been weird. A lot of noise around this court 5. It's a glorious court. Rarely see a bad bounce. They're really rolled nicely. They're playing pretty much like hard courts now, shaved down so low, but there has been a bit of noise. There's a sort of hospitality marquee just beside, as you can see, that big white marquee adjacent. They've been getting through a lot of bottles clanging. So just confirmation of this one. The first of our men's semi-finals. Gordon Reid takes on Joachim Gerrard. And as you heard from the umpire there, Gordon Reid won the toss, elected to receive serve. A canny move. Well, I bet he was glued to the football last night, watching it, as were we, Anna, the England-Scotland match. Bit of a sort of unusual result, wasn't it? No goals scored, sadly.
The anticipation
was
a little bit higher than the actual quality of the match itself. So a bit of an anticlimax, but I'm sure Gordon will be happy with the result.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see who goes through that group in the football. England play Croatia. So confirmation then of this ATP 500 event that's running along parallel of this Cinch Championships. Here we go then, semi-finals of this one. Joachim Gerrard to get us underway. Difficult dynamic for Gordon Reid, really, because he's come in here and he anticipated having a really tough one up against his dear friend and doubles partner, Alfie Hewitt. Didn't really happen because of the Hewitt injury. So he's yet to contest the match, and this is his first competitive showing on the green stuff. And you'd imagine, Anna, that would favour the Belgian, really, having been on this court, had a win just earlier as well, and, what, an hour or so of rest as well?
It would. I'm sure Gordon would have been chomping at the bit to get started yesterday, but he's had to wait till today, so I'm sure he's going to want to get a quick start.
Oh.
Good wide serve, testament to the quality of the Belgian serve. You can see Gordon Reid is having to just sort of slice back returns, almost out of desperation. Belgian finding his spots. So the reigning Australian Open men's singles champion, of course, is Joachim Gerrard in the wheelchair event. First ever Grand Slam singles title down at Melbourne Park in February earlier this year. Quite a coup, quite a moment for him. He was in tears afterwards, understandably. It meant a lot to him at 32 years of age. And another bossy service point from the Belgian.
It's pretty much what he was doing earlier on, wasn't it? Getting those first serves in and being able to take that return.
Didn't quite get his racket head underneath the ball there, Gerrard.
Maybe tried to do a little bit too much as well. I think Gordon I thought that he was out of the point, but he did well to just stay in it. And Gerrard just overpressed.
Advantage, Gerrard. Again, Gerrard.
Joachim Gerrard holds on to get on the scoreboard. He's had success here at Queen's in the past. He won the 2019 men's doubles title, partnering Stefan Olsson a couple of years ago here. A man that Gustavo Fernandez dispatched from the quarterfinals earlier today. 6-2, 6-2 inside 56 minutes. That was the bossy performance from the South American. Fernandez will be on court 6 shortly against Stefan Houdet. Lovely kick serve from Gordon Reid.
Could be a good tactic as well. Just kicking it up high, especially on that due side out to the forehand of the returner. Just opens up the court nicely. There's another great body serve as well, something that is so tricky, just so hard to get out of the way of. Dispatched that nicely, didn't he? That's the problem. If you don't get that kick quite getting outside of the tram lines, it just goes right into the slot on Gerrard's forehand.
That's the classical lefty swinger, isn't it? Right there. That's his favoured serve, but it's strength on strength. It's got to be really wide from Gordon, and that was bang on the money. Here he is with a couple of game point opportunities to draw level. Oh, nicely done from Gerrard. Very pinpoint accurate with that one.
Went for the smallest target as well, didn't he? You thought maybe he was going to go cross court. That's where the space was.
Beautiful variety from Gordon Reid. Showing all of the variety that he has on that advantage serve. He can carve you up with the classical wide swinger from the left hand, but then also spike that one down the tee with authority as well. That's really clever serving. So deadlock in the early stages of set 1. They've only met once before on grass. That was at Wimbledon in the quarterfinals in 2018. Joachim Gerrard had a win 6-3, 6-3 over Gordon Reid back then. Gordon will be keen to avenge that defeat today. Love watching her players' quirky pre-point rituals, you know, a twitch here and a twitch there and a shirt tug there. And I guess they do all those things, Anna, as you know so well, just for comfort and a sense of relaxation, don't they?
It's interesting watching each player, like you said, they have their different routine. And maybe Gordon's a little bit more quirky, whereas Gerrard's a little bit calmer. We spoke about it earlier in his previous match, didn't we, about that routine that he has before serving. Just gathers himself, takes a few breaths, and then he goes again.
We've got the luxury of a service line judge now as well. Oh, that's unlucky. It was a nice positive strike from the British player. But still, he's got plenty more opportunity here on the Gerrard serve to force the first break of the match.
Stop!
Well, Gerrard succumbing with a double fault. Gordon Reid with the first breaker serve of the match. He'll be feeling pretty good about himself right now as he keenly wheels round to his base camp. In his first competitive match at Queen's. That's a really good start for him. 2-1 to the good. So they've met twice on a clay court. Beg your pardon, I'm looking at the wrong head-to-head.
They've met so many times, I'm sure they have met a fair few times on a clay court.
It was just a 1 win for Gordon on the only clay court meeting they've had. They've indeed shared wins on a grass court. And on a hard court, Gordon's leading 14-12. So overall, head-to-head, he's looking good, 16-14. But this man, since then, has won a Grand Slam down in Australia, and he's feeling pretty good about himself. His body language looks keen, despite having just lost his service game there. Now, can Gordon Reid hold on and consolidate this small advantage? A lucky kiss off the top of the tape there for Gerrard. Offering an apology. Would he do it again? Of course he would. Apology seems hollow, doesn't it? But it's kind of gentlemanly to do so. Oh, big hit there from the big Belgian.
That was tough as well because it was dropping so much. Had to use so much wrist on that.
Yeah, he didn't have a lot of oncoming pace to play with, did he?
Full.
Well, you could see the tactical intent. Gordon there trying to get to the body of the Belgian. Just not quite giving it enough air. An arc over the net. So 2 break back points for the Belgian. Oh, just a little too nonchalant on the high volley. He had the gaping open court to just nudge that into. So still work to do this return game. Can Gordon Reid find a way of holding on? No, just wrestling with his performance in that service game. So, both sharing an early break of serve then in this tight opening set. Wow. Of course, these sports chairs, unconventional, pimped up, tilted cambers, metal hand rims. All very expensive, Anna, as you said earlier. Just helps them move that little bit quicker, a bit lighter. Lovely, subtle skills from Gordon Reid, just so aware of the deep court position of the Belgian.
Did so well again, didn't he? Just saw that he was moving back. Just used that short drop shot. So good, but it's interesting what you were saying about the chairs. It's interesting seeing how each player adjusts their chair. Some players are slightly lower, some are slightly higher, depending on what they need. So many things, it's fascinating.
Yeah, tailored to the individual athlete, each of these expensive sports chairs. I thought momentarily he might have prodded that long.
It did look that way,
yeah.
But somehow he just found that topspin to dip it on the back edge of the line.
Four.
Well, it's been a nervy start, really, hasn't it, by both? There's been a few unforced errors either side of the net, and for Gordon, yes, it's his first competitive match on grass this year, so never easy, but an opportunity again now for Gerrard just to take to the front for the first time in the match. Oh yes, making sure on that forehand volley was Gerrard.
Wasn't the easiest one either, was it? Tucked in on that forehand. That racket head control was fantastic.
Look, and Gerrard then taking the lead, 3-2 first set. Yeah, very cagey match this, isn't it, early in this opener. Both players such familiar opponents in their 31st meeting. Gordon Reid leading the head-to-head 16-14, just the 2 wins more than his Belgian opponent, so it's always going to be tight in that regard. Their last showing was down in the Australian Open, again, ironically, on the 16th of February earlier this year, and it was the Belgian that came through 6-3 in the third set, en route to the title, incidentally. Not quite as warm here today in West London. Gordon Reid serving 2-3.
Again, it's as soon as someone can get that first strike in, isn't it? Especially with that backhand, like you said, that's his favourite shot. He's able to open it up and generate pace with it. Gordon just couldn't do anything with that.
That one will sting. Short forehand for Gordon there. Should have made that one, he'll know that. Suddenly, momentum feels very much in the Belgians' favour right now. Gordon needs to land a first. Couple of unforced errors off the forehand wing, and he's been the architect of his own troubles here, has Gordon Reid. 3 more break points for Gerrard to get a third consecutive game. Gordon staring into the abyss, looking for some divine inspiration from somewhere. Oh, that's just beautifully done from Gerrard off that strong backhand return. He converts and breaks serve to love. So 2 breaks of serve to 1, and he's a heady 2-game cushion here.
Interesting how the dynamics change. There's been quite a few momentum shifts in the match already. Let's see if Gerrard can consolidate this break here. It's exactly how he would have wanted to start. That slice serve out wide, it just takes the pace off it so nicely and just is so accurate with it. Just a few too many unforced errors coming off the Reid racket at the moment, helping Gerrard out here.
Well, the normally obedient forehand of Gordon Reid with that arcing loop is just missing the chord at the moment. Suddenly now, Gerrard with a run of 10 or so consecutive points here. There'll have been racket tension adjustments having come from the clay, where the warmth in Paris, you tend to use a slightly tighter string bed. Gerrard holds on and extends his lead. 3 straight games from him. The Belgian with a 3-game cushion. Things really looking up from him after a tepid start. Well, I can tell you at our sister tournament, the Women's Viking Classic in Birmingham, that Yui Kamiji will take on Aniek van Koot of Holland in the final, the top 2 seeds reaching the final there, and Yui beat Jordan Wiley in her semi-final, very close semi-final. Jordan extended the seed to 6-1, 5-7, 7-5, so it was a really good match by all accounts. Of course we didn't see it, but we were sort of very aware of the result and the score as it was unfolding. But as I say, both top seeds in the Viking Classic in Birmingham, sister event of this one, coming to the title decider there. So that'll be tomorrow, obviously, and well, we'll be keenly abreast of how that one goes. What about Gordon Reid here? Can he turn this round, this opening set? He's sort of gone off the boil a little here. He's armed with new balls. Let's see if he can claw it back and land a few big serves. Buckling backhand returns from the Belgian, really of significance now.
You can see Gordon's getting a little bit frustrated with himself as well. Just a few too many unforced errors and doesn't quite know what to do out here.
Good serve, just enough movement on it. And I guess if you're going to go out wide to the backhand of the Belgium, it's either got to have pace or some sort of change in speed, probably, just to try and get him to be errant on it.
Or even just jam him up in that body as well. But he's just not quite hitting his spots.
Well done.
Got away with that second serve a little bit, didn't he? Just sat up in the box and Gerrard couldn't quite take advantage of it, but 2 game points for Gordon. Got to at least make Gerrard serve this set out.
Well, really well done, Gordon Reid there, holding on to his serve to 15 and asking the serve-it-out question of Joachim Gerrard. Can he draw from that heady 2016, his best year ever, Gordon Reid, where he ended the year-end men's singles ranked #1 in the world, thereby becoming the first and only Brit so far to be crowned ITF World Champion. He's also 15-time Grand Slam doubles champion as well. They won the Roland Garros himself and Alfie recently. We spoke of that. He should be confident coming in here, really. But that's what he's up against today. A blistering array of winners coming off the Belgian's racket. And he's just that kind of guy. He's just so burly and strong. He can just hit you off the court. The match you sense is kind of on his racket a lot of the time. That's difficult to contest.
It's also tricky for Gordon as well. Obviously, he hasn't had a match on the grass yet, whereas Gerrard's had that match earlier. And being the home player, he obviously wants to try and impress and get those matches in ahead of for Wimbledon. So maybe feeling a little bit nervous out here.
I've just heard reports that Gustavo Fernandez has just taken the opening set against Stefan Houdet, 6-4. We thought they might be on the adjacent court 6 next door, but not so. And the reason I brought you that kind of set score was because, of course, that is the second semi-final unfolding from the very top of the draw on another court. Sounds like the action's unfolding nicely on centre as well with that raucous applause. He just loves that backhand, doesn't he? Anything to that side, it's got to be really out of his strike zone because he takes it so early and really rips at it.
He does, but he's also been doing that really well on the forehand side as well. There's not really too many places that Reed can hit to where Gerrard isn't just ripping the ball. So got to find a way to maybe change tactics, add a little bit more height, add that slice backhand in, because Gerrard's really found his range.
So on the stroke of half an hour, it's Joachim Gerrard, the Belgian, that takes the opening set 6-3 from what was quite a slow start. He really did get himself up together. Came out the right side of that opener. Strong showing from the Belgian then to get this semi-final well and truly up and running. He'll be pleased with that, won't he?
He will. He'll be delighted. Following a similar pattern to his match earlier. Pretty comfortable in this first set, but he dropped off a little bit in that second set, so I'm sure he's going to want to rectify it, just make sure that he's consistent. And just looking at these stats here, just again, it's a similar thing to earlier on, that first serve percentage, pretty high, 68% compared to Gordon, just down at the 38. Really struggling to just win those points on that first serve, which is a shame, but it's also a testament to Gerrard and how good his returning has been. Again, with those break points as well, managing to convert 2 of the 3, and that was just the difference there.
What would you say to Gordon? He's managed to break the Belgian serve once, but succumbed on his own delivery twice. Is it about tangling this big, long-levered man up into his body and chair a little bit more?
I think so. I think you've seen that if you don't hit your spots well, whether it be off the forehand or the backhand side, that he's able to dictate, get that big first strike in, and he's got to try and not let him do that. Whether it be just mixing it up, mixing the pace, mixing the direction. Just got to do something a little bit different, being a little bit too predictable. And you can't do that against someone who's timing the ball as well as Gerrard is. Got away with it a little bit there, didn't he? Gerrard had him exactly where he wanted him for one of the first times today. Missed out on that forehand.
And he seems to be wanting, like that there, to play the match on his terms. Gordon's ready to serve. He went for the towel after the first point of the game, which is unusual.
We've all done it, haven't we? Just try and slow it down a little bit.
Ball.
That's more like it. Gordon Reid of Great Britain finding his spots on his own delivery. Much better. He seems to have kept the weight on his serve as well.
You heard a come on as well from him, just trying to fire himself up, get something going out here.
Little roar of approval from Gordon Reid as he holds on to his serve and keenly wheels around the net. Now, can he do what he didn't manage to do and sustain the early lead as he had in set 1? He's looking keen and menacing right now. Can he translate that into something tangible on the scoreboard? Good chasing from Gordon here, scurrying all over for this one. This is really good hustle.
Can't afford to hit too many of those, can he, Paul?
No, I think you're right, Anna. He just doesn't seem his usual match sharp self, does he? Like he's playing his way in here. I don't think he's fully attuned to the grass yet, you know, because he is relatively match young on the green swing. As we said, this man had a win on this court earlier today. And well, Gordon didn't play doubles either, so he's still feeling his way in. But he's got to start making moves about now, because with all the weaponry that Gerrard brings, it could all pass him by pretty quickly.
Return like that's not going to help him out, though, is it? Just putting it short in the court with no pace. Gerrard's going to eat that up all day long.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And it's unusual because you normally see drop shots with clay, don't you? Not so much on grass, particularly not from that court position either. So, you know, he's even got his clay shirt on as well by the looks of it, doesn't it? The sort of terracotta colour that it is. Still not fully settled, Gordon Reid, to the grass yet, that's for sure. He'll get better, though. Quality point from Gordon there. A really nice, deep, penetrating backhand return. Followed it up with carving right inside the ball on the backhand, the second one as well.
That volley from the baseline from Gerrard as well. You thought, was it just going out?
Yeah.
But he decided to volley it. And Reid will be thankful for that.
It must be hard to get the chair out of the way sometimes when you've not got much time, yeah. Again, a wonderful backhand return from Gordon Reid. Really good length.
Maybe got a little bit of help on the line. I remember when I used to play and used to hit on the line, he used to just check up a little bit, didn't shoot through as much as it does on the hard court.
Wonderful clean strike off the backhand here from the Belgian. Look at this, the way that he maneuvers his chair around and gets set. He'll do that all day long, won't he, when it's in the strike zone?
He will. He just looks so calm and relaxed. It doesn't look like he has to force it. He's just got such natural pace. You do get the sense that this is a crucial game in the context of the match. If Reed can somehow find a way to break here and just get a little bit of momentum, get a foothold, you think that maybe the tide could turn.
Whoa.
Advantage, Reed.
Working very hard. There's a lot of industry going in here from Great Britain's Gordon Reed. It's a must-win set if he's to continue in his quest to go deep here.
Whoa.
Well, a limp way to concede his service game, but the British athlete will take that. Off to a good start as he was in set one as well. Now, can he really knuckle down here? Again, as he did in the opening game of the second set, he'll be needing decent quality first serves. He knows exactly how to beat Joachim Gerrard. He's done so 16 times before. That's a great serve. Shot through the service line, nice and deep and right at the chair of the Belgian.
Going to the right hip as well, so it's always just curving back into that forehand, even harder than the ones that are moving away sometimes.
Well, there was a stalling there, almost as if they were expecting a call.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether both players did just think that it had gone just long, but no call came from the chair.
Or maybe a subtle let cord that wasn't heard from anybody else. Well, the Belgian's very handy when he decides to return and come forwards like this. Nice change up from him, nice soft silky angle on the drop volley. High skill level there. Well, that's only just missed. brilliant return from the Belgian there. And the roars you can hear are that Cameron Norrie of Great Britain, compatriot to this man, has just beaten Denis Shapovalov, so he's through to the final. Straight sets win, 7-5, 6-3 over the Canadian. That is quite something. And almost as if Gordon Reid is inspired by the raucous cheers from the centre court. Out here on 5, he's motoring ahead nicely in set 2. 3-love, he leads.
It's a little bit similar to Gerrard's match earlier, wasn't it? Pretty comfortable first set, and then suddenly going down in this second set. But Gordon Reid has definitely stepped up a level, finding some more first serves, just doing a little bit more damage with the forehand as well.
Yeah, so the last we knew as well was in the second men's semi-final from the top of the draw. Gustavo Fernandez took that opener 6-4 against Houdet in the other semi-final. I wonder what the score is in their second set, whether Houdet, the experienced French veteran, has managed to swing that round his way. I doubt it from what we saw of Fernandez in his earlier win over Stefan Olsson of Sweden. He looked so good in that, didn't he? 6-2, 6-2 that was. That was our first match of the day out here on 5. Now then, Gordon Reid though, things really looking up for him. Can he keep this momentum flow? Going from strength to strength now. His timing is coming, and he's looking increasingly troublesome towards the Belgium is Gordon.
He'll definitely be looking to try and tie up a second break, which would hopefully mean the second set, but got to take it point by point.
Wonderful. He's just great to watch, isn't he? You see so many winners off that backhand wing, and he's so, makes it look so easy, so technically adept with it. It's so repeatable, courtesy of that good technique.
From all areas of the court as well, isn't it? Not just those short balls from deep behind the baseline off both wings.
Now, he's plenty to ponder right now, has Joachim Gerrard, and cleverly he's stepping off stage, going for the tower just to give himself a little bit more thinking time. Now that's a big moment in the context of this match, particularly in this set. As Gordon Reid was starting to run away with it, you sensed a little. Well, that's a really nice finish to a tough point.
Gordon did pretty well, didn't he, to dig out that first shot and at least make Gerrard have to play another one. He saw that little fist bump. He knows that this game is important in terms of the momentum of this second set.
Too good, says Gordon Reid. That was a gorgeous strike again. He took it after just one bounce there, Gerrard. He's on the board in this second set, keeping an ever menacing presence in it. He's a hard man to keep down on a tennis court, this man, a really good competitor, and he's got a imbued with a lovely sense of calm, which will frustrate opponents. But from Gordon, it's been an impressive response to the loss of the first set, that's for sure. Now, where'd you serve, Anna? To him now, love 15. You're not going near the backhand, are you? Unless it's a really good serve.
I mean, maybe just try and slide it out wide with slightly less pace. He went for the big T down the middle, but this is dangerous. Giving Gerrard another second serve.
Just enough chili on it to keep him off.
Yeah, he did just about get it deep enough. You could see Gerrard was going to be all over that, but good enough quality.
I do like the shape Gordon puts on his forehand, but he has overcooked a couple of those rainbow-looking hooks. Yes, telling quality. He's a hard man to read, isn't he, Gerrard? Doesn't give a lot away facially, poker-faced.
You took the words right out of my mouth. I was going to say he's probably be a pretty good poker player.
Gordon's serving really cleverly right now, right into the chair of Joachim Gerrard. Now got a point for 4-1, beg your pardon. Three-game cushion for Gordon Reid. Now, I'm wondering whether he's gone racing on round, you know, and left his towel round there in at the previous end. Maybe not.
I think with all the rule changes with COVID and everything, I think they probably have to have a towel at each end, otherwise they get calls for taking too much time, don't they?
Yeah.
All these little rule changes that have been put in place.
I remember seeing Tom Egbertink flinging it over his shoulders before he went around, though, last time. So, yeah, you're probably right. I'm sure they leave one at each end. Hang on, what's this? Little sandwich break? I'll tell you what, if you do a line in dates, then tennis players are your market. You could make a fortune. The medjool dates players consider a go-to. The really healthy ones. We're more sort of Kit Kat, right? and
absolutely.
And ice cream.
If anyone's got any, send it our way.
Haribo.
Yeah,
yeah, that's right.
Exactly.
No, it's quite a split, isn't there? So Judy Murray was saying the other day, you know, Andy and Jamie used to always have Haribo in their bag just to keep them going. Yeah, some prefer bananas. You like the chocolate brownie, eh?
I do have to say, the chocolate brownie is definitely a weakness of mine. Unfortunately, I've got a bit too much of a sweet tooth. I wish I could change that, but...
That's a lovely return.
Love 30.
Very accurately struck from Gordon. Nice, high quality this one now.
15, 30.
Perfect strike from a low contact point. That really is high level.
Wow, left to work. 15, 14.
Gordon Reid breaks serve again. Well, what a turnaround from Gordon in this second set. He really has grappled and found a way to get hold of the burly Belgian, and will serve to take us into what would be a champions tiebreak to decide the match. Glorious. And it's not been seismic changes that he's made, is it? It's just a few more first serves in with quality to selected areas of the box and backing up really effectively as well, and a bit more urgency up to his second ball.
That's the funny thing about tennis, isn't it? It can just change on a sixpence. Just changing a couple of things here and there, bringing your level up 1 or 2%, your opponent dropping off slightly, makes all the difference, and all of a sudden a 6-3 set can suddenly go 6-1 in the other way.
Oh, he's enjoying himself now. High level skill there from Gordon Reid, who looks utterly focused. The way he wheeled away from that point, just knew it was a winner immediately. 3 set points. Gordon Reid bites back with authority. He brings this match to dead level, 6-1 in that second set. Quite a standout turnaround from the British athlete. It will be a champions breaker then to decide this third set. 3 minutes shy of an hour. Really has done well to pull this one out of the fire. Can he go all the way and get to tomorrow's title decider?
Looking at those stats, it's a complete contrast, isn't it?
Yeah.
Complete switch around. Just those first serves again. All of a sudden, Gerrard's down at 45%, and Gordon somehow found his way up to 84. Just seeing how much the serve is dominant. And so clinical on those break points as well. 2 out of 2 taken, and Gerrard not even being able to create just one opportunity. Can Gordon just keep this momentum going? Can he keep the level and the concentration required for these next 10 minutes or so. And can Gerrard find a way back like he did this morning?
Yeah, it was a really dictatorial set, wasn't it? You know, shorter than the set that the Belgian won. That 6-3 first set was 30 minutes. Gordon's there, 6-1 in 27. So that takes a lot of mental steel to be able to, you know, believe you can do this against an opponent that he's beaten more than he's lost to in the past. So it's going to be really fascinating to see how this first to 10 champions breaker unfolds. Both players looking very relaxed, very focused before the very important moments in this match.
Gentlemen, 10-point match tiebreak will now be played to decide the match. Time.
Gerrard showing new balls to begin this match tiebreak. Yeah, so understandably they unleash the new balls for the start of what normally is a long full third set, but because these guys have played quarters and semis in one day, they've elected to decide the third set with a champions tiebreak, which I think is really smart on what could be otherwise a very, very long sort of quarters and semi-finals day. So they're going to decide it on a tiebreak. On that basis, they want the old balls back, requests Gordon. I don't want to play with these new third set balls. Let's finish this with the older balls. And that, of course, gives him a little bit more chance on return of serve with the slower balls. That's what he's thinking. Incidentally, I've just been informed from Marshall Thomas behind the scenes, our man who knows all about wheelchair tennis, great bloke, that both semi-finals have gone into match tie-breaks. Houdet took the second set off of Gustavo Fernandez, so tension all around in the men's wheelchair singles event. Oh, that's glorious from Gordon. Lovely swinging lefty serve. He's only used that sporadically, but he's picked his moments. Still nothing between these two. Wow, how nice is that? When you use your left hand to carve around the side of the ball on the advantage court and then hit the inside of the ball on the deuce court, very high skill level serving from Gordon Reid. Suddenly really looking in the flow and very trusting of his game. Long way to go yet though.
Whoa.
There's the old faithful. See it time and again.
We didn't see it too much in that second set, though, did we? I think if he's going to find a way to win this third set, he's going to have to bring out a few more of those.
Oh, it's bobbled over. British fans and Belgian fans just holding their breath there as that one kissed the tape on the way through.
He's had a few of those, hasn't he, today? Probably got a few more of those in his favour than Gordon has. Just a look of frustration on Gordon's face.
He knew as soon as he hit it, Gordon, that that one had just missed. Good hustle from Gerrard there. First mini break of serve in his favour for all that it's worth. Pushing hard, hunting the ball.
Gordon maybe let him get away with it. He was already inside the court and then hitting that drop shot. Had space to hit into, but plenty of people queuing up on the sidelines to watch this.
Big moments. Oh, he's missed it. Well, that was a bit of a teaser. Gordon offered him no pace there and said, come on then, hit the angle if you can, but he just ran out of court there, Joachim. But he's still got the cushion of a 1-point advantage, the Belgian, in this tight, nervy, winner-takes-all tiebreak to 10. Both men with a lovely sense of calm about them. Deadlock again on the scoreboard. Who's going to blink first? Yeah, just got behind him. High quality from the Belgian there. Found a good length and managed to sort of knock Gordon Reid off balance a little there. I don't quite know what he was talking to his camp about there.
Don't know how good your French is. Sounded like a bit of French to me.
Yeah, I couldn't make it out. Oh, he's missed that. That's his favoured backhand return. Likes to wheel into that one, take it early. He did both those things, but couldn't quite clear the net. So again, we've got deadlock. Gorgeous from Gordon. Really nice low slice. It stayed biting through the grass.
You can hear the crowd on the adjacent court as well getting really involved in this. Hoping to see another Brit in a final tomorrow to join Cameron Norrie.
Yeah, that would be quite a coup, wouldn't it? A tournament that Andy Murray, of course, has won 5 times in the past. Oh, he's found the line when many thought that was spilling long.
Just went in slow motion, didn't it? Everyone was just holding their breath, including both of us, just thinking, is it just going to dip long? But unfortunately for the Brit, just dipping inside the line.
Oh, that is glorious. Absolutely, really determined, really courageous there. Belgians, Gerrard. Certainly these 10-point tiebreaks aren't for the faint-hearted. Everybody trying to crane their neck and catch a glimpse of the action out here on 5. Oh, he's done it again. Somehow.
I'm not sure how much of the strings that came off. It sounded a little bit
faint.
Like he had a helping hand with the frame, but you'll take it, especially in this situation in the tiebreak.
Found it. Big forehand, timely from Gordon Reid. That'll help. Still work to do, though. The Belgian just 2 serving points away from victory here. Couldn't be much closer. That's gone. Good response from Gordon Reid. Back-to-back points for the British player.
You felt that Gerrard had a chance though there, didn't you? With that forehand, he had that open space, but he just didn't do enough with it. And Reid hit back with a great backhand of his own. Somehow has fought his way back.
Oh, that's wonderful back behind from the Belgian backhand. You'd expect nothing other than quality off that wing. He's got such variety. A wry smile of frustration from Gordon as he misses that ball from the ball kid. So here he goes then, match point down. Terrific response under the utmost of pressure from Britain's Gordon Reid, who's hanging in there with all of his might. Giving himself a little bit more breathing room now, having saved 1 match point. Oh, yes. What a lovely passage of play. The drop shot followed up by a smash to the space off the backhand wing. Watch that really close, and that'll feel really good. So, having had a match point of his own, squandered it. Now it's Gordon's turn. Can he get across the line on a very tough day. Good serve.
Got to be frustrated with that, though. You can see him just giving himself a little bit of a talking to. I mean, he took that a little bit close. Got to at least make them play on match point.
Perhaps changed his mind there. He looked imbued with hesitancy, that forehand from Gordon. So it's a second match point for Joachim Gerrard. Deep breathing to the fore. Oh, what defense from Gordon Reid, who was under the utmost pressure there. Look how hard he's working just to get back into this point. Second, when he was just wheeling around so hard, there was like a desperation about really well, and just breaching the defenses of the Belgian with a second and timely forehand winner down the line. That was tactically, he got it just right for me in that second set and the third set tiebreak. Brilliant performance from Gordon Reid, and well, proud moment for British fans. There's no doubting that. He'll be joyous inside about that one, because that was tight.
It really was. Like you mentioned,